maybe was. Howdy. Multiband RMS is actually like the most, it's basically the reason why I did this. I mean, actually the main reason why I did this is so, hold up. There's definitely still some jank. I literally just made this today, but the main reason why I did this is so that I have hotkeys, so I literally can just press different hotkeys and switch between different input outs and stuff. So I just immediately can switch to my synth. And then just play synth and immediately have that go on the thing, which is fucking cool. Or I can switch to my voice meters so that I can play Ableton. Or I can switch to my desktop, which I think is this one. And then we can play this shit. Right? So that's cool. So I literally recreated minimeters so that I can add hotkeys. But the multiband RMS, I got this from watching Widler live streams from a couple years ago, and he would use them constantly when giving feedback. And so I think I still got to tune it a little bit because I'm not sure if there's more to it than that. But essentially, like, it's just a really, really good way to know when your mids are too high relative to everything else. It's just like a very clear idea of the spectral balance of stuff. I don't know. Exon knows all about it. That's why he mentioned it in the first place, because I met him literally through Widler live streams. Just trust, it's good. I don't know if I have it dialed in correctly. I also added the ability, it's probably stupid. I added the ability to have like 4 or 5 bands, and at that point you can't really tell what the fuck's going on. I'm still figuring stuff out, right? But basically, here, let's do 3 bands. Like, sub should always be at the top, and then mids, the red one, will be in the middle, and the highs should be lower than that. So generally, like, if the highs ever peak above the mids, it's a good indicator that you have too much highs relative to everything else. Or if your mids are ever higher than your sub bass, then just the spectral balance of everything's gonna be fucked, right? So like right there, it says there's too much mids technically for like a fraction. I don't know if that's really the case, but like, and then you can pause it also pretty easily. I think that's fine. I don't know. Again, maybe there's some tweaking and stuff I have to do, and maybe I have to adjust, maybe like put input gain for the different bands or something like that. But yeah, you and Exon used to be on the same label. That's super interesting. I had no idea. That's very cool. I do remember you had some like cool releases from like a decade ago, and then you like stopped producing, or you stopped releasing music for like a decade or something. I do recall that, but that's very cool. Cool connection. Oh yeah, it also does depend on where I'm splitting. I don't know exactly where the split happens, and the thing I'm modeling in this after is called Spectre. So I basically took the spectrogram from Minimeters, and there's some other one. I forget what the other company is, but they do... I was just reading about it today. Some very fancy... It's called reassignment, like spectral reassignment or some shit, or phase reassignment. And it makes it extra accurate for like the low frequency stuff. So like Minimeters is pretty unique, and like one other plugin in actually doing that. So like I kind of just, I just did that for this. And then for the multiband RMS, this is modeled after Spectre, which is some extremely expensive Mac analyzer thing. And they have a multiband RMS, and this is the thing that fucking Widler was always using. So I still have to figure it out. I don't know where the bands are, like where the band split is, or what band split he was using when doing it. So, there's still stuff we got to figure out. Hey, what's up, Portrait from Within? Yes, it is much faster. But I do have to say, the good looks on telling me to implement the fucking stereo image thing, because that's also really, really good. Right, so I can just switch this via That hotkey, yes. So like right there, it says there's too much mids relative to everything else, which like, I mean, no, the sub also purposefully decays there. I mean, the master's also squashed to shit, but on certain sound design, right, you can clearly see, I don't know, it's cool panning, or you could do, we can do left-right mode. And you can see how it will fuck with the stereo meter thing, which is very neat. Very, very cool. I will say the multiband RMS doesn't look pretty. So maybe there's something we can figure out there. Like that was cool, hearing the static, how it's all panned to one side and it was mostly lower frequencies, and you can clearly see that. Pretty fucking cool. That's pretty neat. That I don't know, I haven't experienced that before, but this guy's gotta be louder. I don't know if I like the LUFS meter. I don't know. I tried to make the LUFS meter a little bit more colorful. I think it just looks kind of stupid. It's too thick. But yeah, I don't really know what else I would add to this, frankly. I mean, all I ever use is the spectrogram, frankly, and I'm going to use this thing, and we have the multiband arm. I have everything I need. I'm probably never even going to use the spectrum. I still have to add mid-side mode, though. That's true. Like something else over here. Not really sure what. Don't really know. Waveform is useful. I never... How? I guess if you pause it and you inspect... Oh, yeah, Exon was talking about trying to integrate a click detector. I still need to try to do that. Because the way... I know there exist click detection plugins, so it should be doable. And I guess it would just like leave when it's turned on, it would just leave little pings or markers probably in the spectrogram, frankly. And I think that would be super useful. I think as it stands right now, the oscilloscope, if we... can't we change the window? We can make the window really large. No, but now it's pitch tracking. I changed it. Yes, so now we can kind of... So I gotta streamline the user controls, because like if you want to switch between a waveform, if you want to use like the whole waveform of the track versus like an actual zoom in oscilloscope, you have to like dial in like 3 different parameters in this thing here. Yeah, not even pause, more for kick bass. Well, how do you see the kick and bass phase continuity in the phase stuff if you're not pausing? Because it happens in a fraction of an instant. The whole thing's moving super quickly. Like that, I don't quite get. Which I was also thinking of like a kick detection thing, and basically take snapshots of kicks that are getting played, and then it would like freeze them in space or something. And so like maybe it'll just like show next to each other like kicks and sub. Oh, you can't even see my face right now. Wait, we can fix that. We can fix that. How do I fix that? How do I fix that? Where's my face in this thing? I don't know. Now this is an OBS problem, not my beautiful vibe coded slop bullshit. We do that. Where's my face? How do I control my face in fucking OBS? Main camera. Oh, I'm stupid. I put it. Oh, I see. I'm just stupid. I'm just really dumb. All right, I solved the issue. Now, yes. Now my face can cover up vital and important information so that you can see my beautiful face. Not an oscilloscope, a waveform analyzer. Wait. Yeah, but okay, like the waveform analyzer that you're saying, I'm imagining, is like a scrolling waveform in the sense, I mean, that's what the oscilloscope is doing right now in this current mode, right? I mean, I imagine it would be zoomed out even more or something, or over a larger period of time, but like, you would have to, if you actually really want to look, if you're playing the whole track and the track is scrolling by and moving by, you don't have time to actually like look at the phase relationship, right? Unless, I don't know what you mean by waveform analyzer. Hey, what's up, Accent? Yes, it's called PQ meter. I know. Incredible. So I imagine I would like if you could pause it. So like right there, I paused it, I guess, and then I can try to look at it. But I think, oh, it just deleted itself. What the fuck? All right. It's slop. It's. Don't look, everyone. Unpausing. Spaliac at cur. Yes. Spectral. Yes. You got it. Exactly. So I think I'm gonna try to do like auto kick detection, and it'll take snapshots of like the last however many kicks or something, and then that could be useful, I think, for just looking at phase correlation stuff. Because if we can have a kick detector and it just take a snapshot of that and then just like put it up there for like 5 seconds and then fade out or something next to a bunch of other kicks, I think that could make analyzing music a lot nicer. And then I was just saying, Exon, before you got here, I still need to try to figure out transient detection, and the way I would do that probably is that whenever there's like a click, I would put like a tiny little marker thing on the spectrogram that'll scroll along. You know, that's my idea presently, but yeah. All right, I think we need more chords in this song. I don't really know what else to add to it, frankly. I'm just like mixing, like doing a half-assed master. But yeah, low key. Hey, what's up, Van Dweller? I'm sure you probably noticed because I've been fucking commenting and reposting your shit on SoundCloud, but I listened to your song like fucking 30 times today. And let's do it in the intro of the stream. It is good. The music is good. What were we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I'm just gonna copy paste this thing. But yeah, I don't know. Minimeters I just like because of the spectrogram and the Lux meter and the oscilloscope. And now I have that, and I can also give it fucking hotkeys and stuff. I can customize it to what I want. This is the future. This is the future of software. It's kind of crazy. We're just gonna make our own software. We're just gonna vibe code our own shit. Now, mind you, this was like probably 8 hours of constant, maybe not constant, because at some points I vegetated and watched stupid fucking YouTube videos while the robots were working. But this was like 8 hours of work and me like actively thinking about and solving problems and stuff. Like, it still took a little bit of effort, but like, dude, where the robots are gonna be a year from now, it's gonna take no effort at all. It's kind of insane. Yeah, token max, yes. The spectrogram, that's the good part, right? Or is this, yeah, that's the spectrogram. I always mix up spectrogram, spectrometer, spectrum. I don't know, they all mean slightly different things. Yeah, minimeter spectrogram is good, but that's like the only thing I like it for. Frankly. Everything, like all, like the stereo image thing that it has is useless, honestly. Whatever the fuck this is, maybe wise, this is way more useful. Like it actually is describing, you can see the music, because I think minimeters is literally like a multiband. It's multiband, whatever that polar coordinate thing is. Oh, I don't have phase information yet. Oh, I could just do that with a mid-side spectrum probably. So you'll make all the abandoned honestly, I can make trash fucking 2 again. I don't know. It depends on how. I don't even know what made Trash 2 so good. Back when I used Trash 2, I didn't know what I was doing at all, frankly. So like maybe Trash 2 isn't as good as I remember, and maybe they just had good distortion presets. But I don't know. Okay, so we're making chords. We're making chords. There's like minor sevenths. There's there's tritones. Yeah, that's a disgusting chord right there. Yes. Yes. And then we'll do give it one of these, and then we'll go to this takes so long to do this. I wish I had like hotkeys for doing all this. And then we hit them with one of these, one of those, and we'll hit them with a little thingy like that, and then we'll also hit them with that, with a spray on, and just a hair of feedback and some of that, and then we'll do it again with this in the right turn. All right, that's way too much feedback. And then more. Cool. And then what are you? Almost the same chord, but with an A in there, and that makes something. I don't know what that makes. Whatever. It's music. We'll lower this. And then we'll do the same thing. Amazing. No, that sounds too good. like this releasing too much tension in a weird way when it shouldn't be. I need to try to dial in and figure out this multiband RMS thing. I did lower, I don't know, what would be the mid-high cutoff? Probably, because it is like a 6 dB slope, I think, per octave right now. So probably around 2K, 1.5 for the mid-highs. And then we can raise that to like 150 or something. Also, I added with the LUFS meter, you can add targets. So the target is set to -6. So I just like, I mean, obviously you could just look at the number, but I don't know. I don't know, we're vibe coding. Okay, we can just add shit with the prompt. And yeah, the tonality, honestly, this is all just Majora's Mask inspired. If you listen to the OST for Majora's Mask, it's literally just all fucking tritones in major seventh and perfect fourths. It's weird. I feel like I removed too much static. Everyone was like talking me into not having an obscene amount of static and white noise and shit in the song yesterday. And I think they're all wrong. I think it needs more, frankly. I got bullied by the chat. Where else did I do it? Oh, yeah, this guy over here. What, we have a scale. Why are we doing that? I fucking hate... This is probably my biggest pet peeve. Ooh, you know what would be a good Ableton extension thing? I'm sure they could do this. Just go through your entire project file and just murder every single automation curve that does nothing. Like that. Like that should be a default feature in Ableton, frankly. It should be. Yeah, static is dope. Or you're saying no static is dope. Having none is dope? That's crazy. Or you're saying no, static is dope. That could be interpreted in two very different ways. Like, I want that guy to get loud as shit. Okay, I think we just, honestly, I think we just make the song that long, and I think it's just done. I think we just need to add an intro, and then it's just over. Like, it kind of said all that it needs to say. It's like a 2-minute long drop. So, like, it would need a decently long build up, I guess like this long, into like a whole another 2.5 minutes. And no, I think that's just the song, frankly. Clean up the low end noise. I think I know which one you're talking about, coming from this guy. There's a couple. Yeah, like that guy right there. Isn't that great? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one, so I just turned it down, but like I probably should just cut it. Right. I kind of like it. It sounds like a pig oinking a little bit, you know? Hold hold on. We're making belligerent music. Let's put a saturator on the master. Also, you're gonna get a kick out of what I'm doing on the master, maybe wise. It's so stupid. We have well, one, I have bloom, just doing the bloom thing because I don't want to fucking mix. Going into now a saturator, and then it's going into the limiter, and then after that we have another bloom, and this bloom is solely just turning the sub down because the sub was at like slamming against 0, right? It was like there's way too much sub. But if I turn the sub down, then the distortion from the limiter with all the static and shit sounded bad. It used to sound good. I know, no SEMA, exactly. I'm making SEMA right now. This literally, hold up, check this out. That's SEMA right there. I just did it. So basically, I limited the shit. Honestly, is it just me, or did SEMA just make it better? Oh fuck! I keep giving that plugin shit for no real reason. Honestly, I think it's just overpriced, and I think it's literally just a saturator and a low shelf EQ. That's what I think it is, but it's whatever. I think. Oh yeah, so we limited the shit out of it, and then Bloom lowers the sub because I liked how the distortion worked with the sub, and then we clipped the shit out of, or we limited it again, and so there, I don't know. We're experimenting. I think it's kind of working right now. I don't know. I understand why people make loud and aggressive music because you can break all the rules. I don't have to worry about it sounding bad because it sounds bad, but in a good way. I do get it. I do understand why people clip everything. I get it. Hold on, let's I want to sample some of the percussion or the static and then use it again in a different way. Yeah. Was it this one? And I don't know, I guess we could just like paste it over there probably. Okay, no, the saturator is kind of stupid. So I'm just gonna set it to 50% instead. Saturate has a spectral clipper. I guess a spectral clipper isn't something I can do in Ableton, so I can't shit on it relentlessly. Or can you? What do you do? Spectral clipper. Also, it's kind of insane that they named their plugin Saturate. Here I am freaking out about whether or not I should name my plugin fucking Sonotope or Neurocept or Panpsych or whatever the fuck for search results, and you could just call it Saturate. Why not? Okay, smoothly, whatever. Yes, you clip stuff. Yep, it sounds pleasant. Okay, it has an input and output. Okay, yes. Saturation curve display in a meter. Yeah, I would expect that. Where's the spectral part? Two controls belie a sophisticated signal processing engine, which allows you to overdrive a signal without affecting the tonal balance, no matter how hard you push it. What does that mean? What does that mean? When you overdrive a signal, you add tones. What does it mean? I'm sorry, I don't. Add up to 24 dB of okay. We're gonna look up a demo. I want to hear what it sounds like now. Now I'm just curious. Saturate spectral clipper demonstration. Here's some dude demo, newfangled audio.
In this video, we'll listen to different sources through newfangled audio saturate, a saturation plugin made popular as the final spectral
what is
clipper
spectral
stage in the
about
Elevate
it?
plugin, previously only available.
Yeah, it's a saturator. Yeah. It's a saturator. I don't... Where's the spectral bit? Was this you shitting? Is this is a scam plugin? Because I was talking about how it's SEMA's kind of a scam? Yeah. Wait, so it's literally... They just put the word spectral on it? God damn it. God damn it. I mean, you were implying it too. I don't know. I just read into it wrong and assumed maybe it was cooler than it is. And then it ended up being exactly the thing I was bitching about, which obviously you would mention that because that was the conversation topic. Yeah, that's infuriating. And it's crazy that people like still fall for it. I don't know. I don't know. I think the problem is I'm so additive brained and like I've been working with all these like cool spectral processing plugins. I'm sorry, you can't call it a spectral clipper. You can't do that. That's lying. That is lying. Like, yes, it affects the frequency spectrum, but Alright. I'm gonna get continue to be rage baited. What is a spectral clipper? This makes us think we haven't done a great job of explaining what makes saturation. That's you're damn right. That is true. It's a clipper that can preserve spectral detail which other clippers remove. Detail preservation. Okay, is this that thing AU5 made a video about? Where, yeah, it retains these? Okay, it does that thing. Is that still spectral in any sense whatsoever, frankly? A clever spectral algorithm. I forgot how AU5 did it, but I don't think it used spectral processing, if I remember correctly. But okay, this does do a thing that most other plugins don't do. That is true. That is true. Okay. Gotcha. Detail preservation. Sure. It's just when I hear spectral clipper, I'm imagining you're like clipping individual partials and turning different partials or sine waves. Hey, it's our 1 year Discord anniversary. How quaint. I'm sending you. Is that Owen Wilson? Yeah, fuck it. You get Owen Wilson. Okay. All right. It isn't as much a scam as it's just poor marketing, I guess. I don't know. Okay, this thing, there is like way too much low mids. I do like the low mids, I know, but compressor sounds bad. Now that like the novelty of me making thing really loud is wearing off, I'm like, damn, everything just sounds clipped and kind of bad. Maybe I should not be doing this. It's an aesthetic. It's an aesthetic. It is kind of crazy that I started at... Okay, like I did make the bulk of it. Like you do, I don't know, the process of it's fucking nuts. Like you can one-shot the majority of the freaking thing in like a single prompt, but then it does require like 7 to 8 hours afterwards immediately of bug fixing and tweaking and making everything work properly. Like yeah, I started at like one... When did I start? I started actually working on it at like 1:30, I want to say. So it took me like an hour and 10 minutes, a bunch of prompts or whatever, and I ended up getting it to this point. And it was already functional, it was already working, but then, you know, everything was still super jank, and I had to like actually make it usable and user-friendly and fix a bajillion bugs. But I don't know, it's just nuts. It is weird. AI is weird. It's fucking strange. We're in a strange world. When it's bug fixing, it will, like, it can just seize control of my computer. I was like watching fucking YouTube on one monitor, and it would just open up the plugin, move my mouse to a certain spot, click and drag to make sure that the UI elements work properly, take a screenshot of it, look at the screenshot and determine whether or not the screenshot was doing it correctly. And I'll be like, oh, I was 5 pixels off, and then it'll adjust it, and then it'll continue work. Like, it seizes control. It's fucking weird. It is kind of freaky. I will admit. I don't fully know how to feel about it, but it made a cool thing with, I don't know, what would have taken me months of work in an afternoon. So that's cool, I guess. Yeah, I know. It's just happened so quickly, and it's happening so quickly. Like, AI got good enough for me to like start using actively and incorporating it with my programming workflow like 8 months ago. And since then it's gotten like 10, 20 times better. It's scary. And like 8 months before that, it was like 20 times stupider than that, you know? It's just fucking crazy. It's lowered the paywall, centralized entry point. I mean, there are, like, the fact that I just custom made my own personalized Spectrum software is so cool. And the fact that, like, I made this tailored to my own needs. I added hotkeys and stuff to switch between, you know, I can immediately play my synthesizer and immediately switch over with a single tap of a hotkey, and I couldn't do that previously. I could add my own modules. You can custom make everything. So, like, we're entering a world of just, like, highly specialized custom software. Like, my friend at Apple, he's like saying that the future is basically everything is just going to be highly personalized custom software. Like DAWs, we're not going to use DAWs. We're going to have our own personalized AI vibe coded fucking DAW, which completely makes sense. Like, honestly, if it gets good enough to the point where I can make my own personalized Ableton where it solves all of the things I don't like about Ableton and keeps all of them or whatever in a reasonable amount of time, then like I see a lot of people switching and doing that. So I guess it's just a question of like where the bottlenecks are in terms of how good the shit is going to get. But it does, the line, like, it is exponentially getting better. It is not, people keep insisting, no, dude, it's going to hit a peak, but I don't think it is. At least that's not what it appears to be doing right now. I came out with AI release and taken over. I did everything by hand in college. I graduated my CS masters in 2024. I started in I think also 2022. So I started my CS program. So like I got in at also the worst possible time because I graduated right at the beginning of this whole bubble, and basically like secondary Great Depression, even though the numbers only go up. So terrible time to actually get a degree, but I'm pretty glad that I got it back when I actually had to fucking program things myself. I can't imagine getting an education right now. That would be... I definitely would be tempted to use the robot to do everything for me. And from what I read, like the majority of everyone's just fucking cheating. Some people aren't, I'm sure, but it's just weird. We're in a weird fucking time. And I can't imagine what it's like being in high school or something, where you actually truly don't give a fuck about your education at that point. And so you just use the robot for everything, not knowing how badly you're fucking yourself. Though also humans are super resilient, and maybe, you know, we adapt to everything. And so if the future is just people using robots to do everything for them, then we'll just adapt to do that. Like, we'll continue surviving. Who the fuck knows? You see it being super powerful for Reaper. I do want... it is a dumbass generator. This is true. But also people are stupid. People are already dumbasses. But that's also kind of by design and has been. We've been progressing that way for a while. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think Ableton's leaning in the right direction with this like extensions thing, but the extensions capabilities are actually super limited and pretty weak from what I've looked into. I haven't actually tried to make an extension or have tried out the beta whatsoever yet. It's just I looked into what is possible to be made and I couldn't make any of the things I wanted to make. So like the only thing I think you can do with extensions that I actually want is I want to be able to like just auto delete all automation lanes that have like nodes that do nothing. Something like that. High school doesn't teach. No, high school teaches you plenty. I think they just gave you the option to just not, unless you go to a shit high school. But yeah, it's a potentiator. It's a multiplier. It is absolutely. It's just a multiplier, really. But when you live in a society where the incentives are to skirt by and not learn anything and scam and grift your way to the top, then it's just going to multiply that, right? So basically AI is bad because of capitalism. It's just everything just boils down to that. It's so boring. It's just everything's just that at the end of the day. AI can be so good today, but they cannot tell you how many R's there are in strawberry. Is that still the case? That's crazy. Ooh, I should get a raffle thing. That would be good. Yeah, we're doing Tune Share. I put it in the thing. Yeah, I was about to say, Exton's in the raffle, and we got a raffle size of 1. So drop a tune in the Discord, and we'll. Yes, you did it. You already did it. Excellent. We'll look at the meters. Let's try to figure out how the fuck to really read this multiband RMS thing. I need to dial in the right crossover settings and then like set that as like the default template, and then yeah. And then whenever I'm like happy with a build of this, I'll send this to you, Exon, and honestly whoever else wants it. All right, here's a hold on. I fucked up. There we go. I think the melody, the da 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 da, and the previous melody, that whatever in the previous like 4 bars behind that are a little bit too loud in the mids section. That's all I can think of right now. Yeah, those guys are just like a little bit too loud. Just a little bit. They sound good though. I like the tiny bit of distortion going on everything. Yeah.
to my 556, and your knee bones connected to my infinity, and your neck bones connected to my 556, and your knee bones connected to my infinity, and your neck bones connected.
Personally, I want vocals to do a little bit more than what they're doing right now in terms of processing and stuff and like glitching. So maybe a little bit of glitching. What I want to hear is I want to hear like a ring mod stack. You know, my ring mod stack rack where it's like 20 ring mods in a series. I want that shit to like break the sound at some point. Just do weird stuff. Vocode the vocals at some point with the bass line. Ring mod stack rack. It's amazing. It's amazing. Grab vocals. Yeah, fuck it. We got conical. And then ring mod stack. I make this in my I have a video on ring mod. And it's criminally underrated. And it's just, if you look at this fucking thing, it's just a shit ton of ring mods in a series. And if you compress it. And like if you set the dry wet to 50%, then it actually becomes amplitude modulation instead of ring mod, but it's amplitude modulation of this giant stack. And if you think about what ring mod is, it's actually multiplication. So really you're multiplying it by effectively a sine wave that is raised to the like fucking 20th power. And when you raise a sine wave to like the 20th power, it ends up like becoming, instead of, you know, sine wave goes like that, it becomes like that. You know, like it gets super squished to the edges. And so it ends up, I guess, just having like a really aggressive, almost transient like sound when it beats. Which is pretty cool. We back. Did it break at some point? That would not be good. It's more efficient to be autodidactic these days than relying on government schools that are made to pump out obedient wage slaves. This is true. But most people are also not autodidactic. But yeah, I mean, yes, if you are motivated, there is an infinite amount of resources out there and you can learn anything. So that is cool. That is very cool. But you're totally right. Yeah. Oh, you got an ad. I see. Oh yeah, I still have to figure out how ads work on Twitch because now people get ads. I forgot I was going to do that at some point, and then I just did not. Yeah. What was I? Oh, I'm giving feedback. Right. My bad. Hold on, I'm going back because I was lit and I need to know what comes before it. The bass there feels a little bit too wide. Or like maybe it's kind of muddy or something. Yeah, it's fine. Needs more ear candy and stuff like that, I think. I mean, you like kind of tease it for a little bit with the little squelchy dude. But I want more stuff like that on the sides, kind of bouncing around, doing little things. Give me some ASMR. And then that time, I mean, you said you're working on this section right now, so it sounds like it's just like a copy paste, but it is kind of a copy paste over again. So like a variation, maybe that time when he says the vocal, it gets vocoded. And then when the melody comes back in, it has layers with it or something, just a little bit more variation. Very, very cool. Yeah, yeah, it is a vibe. I want to listen to the drums and the
Hold up, wait, this right here, but know the key. Oh, guess my bullets speaking Spanish, they gon' hit you.
I think the bass has a little bit too much low mids. IMO. Just a little bit too much of the distortion in the low mids. You could do a little EQ scoop in that section maybe, or just turn down the distortion. Sounds like you're using hip hop sub with the distortion cranked too high or something. But other than that, I don't know. It's pretty. There is a little kind of squelchy ear candy dudes really in the background. They're being kind of percussive. I think you should turn them up. I think they should be more in your face. I just like noticed them. They're very, very quiet. Yeah, those guys should be much louder and then like panning around. You know, he says something, then he like does a little fucking flip around your head and then goes back to the center and then giggles or something because it sounds like he's giggling. I don't know. But yeah, cool. Very cool. Fun stuff. Just, yeah, fuck up the vocal more. Do more cool stuff with the vocal, in my opinion. But I don't know. I don't listen to vocals really. I just want to listen to sound effects. So that's why I want that. But very cool. Okay, we got this tune from Maybe Wise. Let Us Peep It. Igneous. What? This track is private. Can I play it? They totally fucking changed up what SoundCloud looks like. It's freaking out. I think the open shaker thing is just like a little bit too loud. That's the only critique I got so far. Also, there's a couple points where the kick is playing. It sounds like the shaker isn't quantized to the grid, but the kick is sidechaining against it, and the kick is like all sub. So then the shaker is playing, and then the kick plays, and then it like does a weird dip, and it doesn't sound good. You can hear the whatever the fuck is going on with the sidechain and the shaker. So I would remove the shaker from being sidechained by the kick, or quantize it at those moments and make it line up. Yeah. Right there. There's also maybe like a click or something that's playing at the same time with some perk. Maybe that's confusing me. Yeah, right there, right on the kick transient. I'm gonna do it one more time. and it does it again right there. It's just happening a little bit periodically. Maybe it's like some perk or something. I don't know. I think the open hat thing that's happening could maybe some like pretty dynamic filtering or something on it would be nice and make it just like evolve and warp. So like something similar to the Hypnus Slink kind of effect, I feel like would go hard on that and just have it warp in stereo and in frequency space, just to keep it a little bit more interesting, because it's like a pretty monotonous element. I know you're already doing some like stereo stuff with it, but I think it could be made better with filtering. Oh, thank you, Exon, for gifting Prod Biggin sub. Awesome. You're a legend. That's right, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer now. I'm gonna give feedback to someone and then interrupt the feedback with fucking Twitch subs. Yes. This interruption in your broadcast is brought to you by people giving me money. Enjoy. There's another click. Wait, maybe not. Am I crazy? Maybe not. Like very lightly. I don't know. Just watch the transients that hover right around the kick. Just because as a result of your kick being like all sub, you have to be really, really mindful of like transients happening right before or after and how they react with the limiter and the sidechain and everything. I do remember this song. Yeah, you given the song for feedback before. I think right over here there's a little bit too much mids. Just like a hair, like not much, really not that much. Like just like EQ scoop like 1 dB around 140, 130, I think. Just before that drop. This has been reworked. Is this not the newest version? Or is this the newest version and you're saying it's compared to the previous time you submitted this like a year ago? Yeah, I don't know what genre this is. It's kind of trancey. He's gonna call it drum and bass. He's just gonna call it drum and bass. Right there. Oh, let me go back a little bit. Yeah, I hear Slink on everything now. I know what you're talking about. I want to say there's a little bit too much mid highs when you introduce the synth. It's mostly a spectral balance thing because it's like all low mids and you have like a lot of ultra highs and a lot of like low mids. And then when you introduce the highs and mid highs, it's kind of abrupt and sudden and like could be toned back a little bit just because like they poke out extra hard when they come in over here. there's a couple more weird transient stuff happening with the kick drum reacting with the hat, but it's probably the exact same issues from over here. Okay, there's like beginnings of like really cool melodies I feel like happening, and I want them to be expanded on a little bit more, like right over here. Like the like I want that to continue again, and then it kind of falls apart. I don't know, that's like my only like creative feedback, I feel like. It's just like have that carry a little bit more, because it's very, I mean, I don't know, you know what you're doing, clearly. It's a very like vibey song that doesn't demand you pay attention to any particular element, except like right there I feel like you could demand attention to a melody saying something to you, you know? And then right there, it's a little bit, again, highs. It's that same instrument that came right before the drop. That could just be turned down a little bit. I mean, like, you know, if you release this today, it would be better than like 99% of like music that's mixed and put out today. It sounds great. Just, you know, you're clearly a perfectionist and you give a fuck about mixing, so I would just tackle mostly the transient stuff, frankly. Transient stuff, and then, I don't know, there's a couple sections where you could like just dial in a little EQ notch, a little just like bouncing of stuff, but sounds great. And I think this is the last, like, again, there's more of those hints of like a melody that could be expanded on. I think you should do that, especially in this last section, and it'll be like of a higher octave, because this is like the brightest part of the whole song, the most uplifting, and then that melody can then carry you to the ending. So like maybe in this last section, just like more high frequency stuff, just a wee bit more, I don't know. And then that particular da-da-na-na-na in this section is a little bit too loud. Just a hair, like 1 dB. Just turn it down a tiny bit. Yeah, sounds fucking awesome. Sounds really, really, really good. I don't want to work on my own music after listening to that, because it'll make me feel bad. That's how good it is. So, good job. Sick. Okay, we got something from The Bot. Prod Big Noise, comma, Noiseborn. Whoa. Noise, collab V2. Is this gonna be harsh noise? I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, don't the meters look fucking cool, dude? I'm stoked. I think that guy right there it's probably fine. You can turn it down like 2 or 3 dB, but it doesn't overstay its welcome. So like it's okay if you just want to like poke someone just a little bit. You're just poking their eardrum. You're just like, hey, check it out. We got a shaker right here. Like it does serve that purpose, but you could turn it down a few dB. I think would be better there. What's up, Hoopla? It's cool what you're doing with the distorted melody that's creeping in. I would try putting a low pass filter on it just as you introduce it in this section, just because I feel like you're like slowly introducing it with a couple notes at a time, and then at this point in the song, like only like 2 or 3 notes play, but they're way louder than the previous ones. And I feel like you could introduce them just a little bit more steadily with a low pass filter opening up on them. I made my own minimeters. This is PQ meter. I made this today. I spent like 8 hours straight just working on this and refining it. And this is what we got. We got a cool stereo image thing. I got macros. I can just like hit certain macros and change what my audio interface out is. And I don't know, it looks cool. So that is that. I was tired of mini meters. I wanted to add things to it, and so I did. Hold on, I'm gonna go back a second. I personally don't like that distortion sound. I understand it's an aesthetic. I would dial that like you could still have it like that, but it just crackles a little bit too much for me personally. Hi-hat is too loud. See, this is where the fucking multiband RMS is perfect. You can see, let me go back. Look, I can pause it with a fucking spacebar. How cool is that? Hi-hat is poking out above the mids and like going up. Basically, if yellow is above the red, that probably means it's too high, and those hi-hats are too high. Do I like it better? I mean, I've used it for the past hour, besides making it constantly. But multiband RMS is something I really have always wanted on minimeters since I've like watched the Whittler stream from like 3 years ago, because he has multiband RMS in a Mac only, like $200 fucking meter device thing, and it's super useful. And I added this really cool stereo image thing that shows frequency spectrum panning. So we have actually useful metering for stereo image now through metering, which is cool. Yeah, that hi-hat needs to be turned down like 6 or 8 dB or something. It's very loud. Your snare has no transient in it whatsoever, and then as the buildup like increases, it's just white noise. I think the buildup would have a lot more power to it and strength to it if the snare did have a transient and a body and like a tonal little thing in it. So I don't know if you're like using like a complex mode warp algorithm on like a snare buildup, which is causing it to smear and lose the transient, or if you're just like boosting all the white noise, or it's layered with a white noise thing. But trying to make sure that the snare has that body and snap to it. So you could use like a compressor with a high attack. Put a compressor with a high attack on your snares to like make it have more snap to it, I think would make it work better. Because right now it's just like you're getting splashed with white noise over and over and over again, and it doesn't carry the effect that I think you're going for. So like you could see here on the multiband RMS how fucking cool. I'm gonna keep pointing out how cool this is that I added this. The highs are much higher than the reds, which is just a clear indicator that there's like too much highs. You can also see on this spectrum up here. So honestly, well, whatever all the high-end noise is, I would just turn that down. If it's like built into the sound, then you can use a low shelf EQ or a high shelf EQ and turn that low. Yeah, mostly just like too much high end. It's very, very squashed. I'm trying to see. Hold on. I can add. I need to adjust. I'm sorry. I'm learning my own fucking metering device right now. All right, this is difficult. I think it's really cool that you're going for whatever the fuck route you're going for. How low in frequency this is very cool. And you're kind of pulling it off by using only the third harmonic of the sub bass. It is still very, very squashed, and there's way too much high frequency content, and I think that's just kind of interfering with my ability to judge the rest of it. I understand this is like really angry, like tear out dubstep rhythm, and it's supposed to be like this, but it can still be this squashed and this angry and hurt your ears less if you turn down the high frequencies. Mostly, like, you can also see there's a lot of stuff in like 2 to 5 kilohertz region, and so 2 to 5 kilohertz in particular is extra spicy. So I would use like a Fletcher Munson EQ, which would look something like this, like an EQ that just like kind of scoops out that area right there, you know, equal loudness contour, that kind of stuff. That is what I would do for a lot of the sounds here, and then you can keep it that loud and it won't hurt your ears as much. Sounds like I'm at a fucking racetrack. That's crazy. Yeah, right? This is no. And then it sounded like there's a little bit of unintentional clipping there. So just like be mindful of stuff, like right when you can hear. Just like in the drum loop in the background with everything else. I know you said this is pretty early in the process, but you know, just be mindful. I like what you're doing. I think you can have a little bit more low mids with the chords. You could still keep it really high and airy and stuff, but just add a tiny bit more frequency content. So maybe copy your chords, pitch them down an octave, and make them really quiet relative to the other one, just to add a little bit more body to it. And I think it'll fill out the space a lot more. I like this section a lot. Yeah, this is very pretty. Yeah, I would just fill out those chords just a little bit more, because right now it's all like stuff above like 600 hertz or something, I'm just guessing, and then the drums, and so there's like a lot of empty space. It's because of an EQs. Okay, so maybe instead of, I guess my idea would to try out, you know, maybe it won't work, maybe it will. Instead of using a high pass filter, use a low shelf and have the low shelf be like -12 or whatever. So it's just suppressing the lows a lot, but not completely smothering them. And then you can increase that. And so there's still a little bit of lows there. Also, this the ultra highs on this thing here, you can see all the little harmonics that are like bouncing around and going all crazy. They are way too bright. I would just put a low pass filter, honestly, at like 5 kilohertz, 10 kilohertz or something, just because they're pretty intense. Otherwise, you could use a high shelf EQ and then lower those, but they're very gnarly. And if you listen on like a big system, it would like really fucking hurt. And you can see here, just like the high frequency content in general is just much too high relative to the lows and the low mids. Same thing as before, just too much highs, but same deal, you already know. I'll say the snare, the kick and the snare working together sounds pretty fucking good. And then there's this way too much, 1 to 5 kilohertz stuff here. Just way too much. I feel like I'm at the racetrack, but in not a good way. Sounds like we're listening to Gabber. It's kind of. I think, okay, so these sounds sound like they're like super filtered. Like, I guess I could see in the spectrogram it's pretty hard because it's all super squashed. There's like nothing below like 400 hertz on a lot of these sounds. I want to be hearing lows and low mids on this stuff. The da-da-da-da-da-da, that kind of thing, I feel like should carry way more weight, but it doesn't. I'm just hearing, all the weight is just coming from the kick and the sub and the snare. Whereas that thing's just kind of dancing in the high frequency region. So remove the high pass filter on that, or layer lower mid stuff with it, because that, or layer your sub bass with it also. The sub bass could be going like da-da-da, like it could be pulsing quarter notes with it and dancing along with it at this point, and then carry it along. I like the breakdowns, and I like the drum and bass a lot. I like the drum and bass and the breakdowns a lot. Cool sounds in there. Very cool. Okay, neat. Yeah, thanks for submitting the track. There's cool stuff in there. You go to a racetrack at some point. We're stealing cars. All right. Maybe why submitting the second song, trying to be cheeky, trying to sneak in there. I see him, but we got time to kill. Let's. I know, he always does. And I always fall for it. There's a couple perks that are like a little bit more snappy and louder than the kick and the snare and everything. Yeah, maybe Weiss is doing it. You can too. Fuck it. Just like 1 or 2 perks is just like a little bit too snappy relative to everything else, I think. That guy right there, the little tom. Yeah, it sounds like you got, I want to say like Seinfeld distortion on that. I don't know. My brain is just like, that's Seinfeld distortion on a transient, but whatever that is, I think should be not as loud or muted or have a low pass filter on it or something. I don't like that transient being there relative to everything else. I mean, it sounds fine. It sounds fine. You know, I'm getting nitpicky. You know that because your mixes sound fucking great. So I'm gonna try to tear it apart. To say the new loop that you added like 8 bars ago is a little bit just a hair too loud in the like highs and ultra highs. It just feels kind of fatiguing. Maybe playing with dynamics on it that, you know, just the really high like eighth note loop, whatever that you got going. Maybe put an autopan on it and have the autopan, you know, be mostly in phase or whatever, so it's just a tremolo, and then have it just pulse in volume, make a polymeter in some way or something. Maybe do a tiny bit of stereo movement, but keep it like kind of dynamic so that at some points it's quieter and at some points it's as loud as it is now, because it feels kind of fatiguing to be constantly going at this rate. I want the mix to breathe a little bit in that area. You can also use auto filters doing the same thing. Maybe parallel processed at like 50% or something, out of phase auto filters that are also doing the exact same thing, so that they're effectively panning, but they're also working on spectral dynamics at the same time. So that could be cool. And so you can just parallel process them, make it breathe in more interesting ways. Just because mostly it's just a lot of really highs. This is like the same thing as the last song with the ride. I don't know. I tend to not like rides that just add. They don't add much besides being like, I'm a ride, I'm gonna play on every quarter note, and then you know that's what the song's gonna do for the next like 32 bars. Maybe you do something cool with it, but I want, again, like slink filtering or some sort of filtering or transformation to happen to it over time. Maybe put a phaser on it. Oh, I don't fucking. Hold on, you totally just did the thing that I said you should do. I take it all back, I'm an asshole. I still think it could be a little bit more interesting with filter movement. What is the stream? We're doing music feedback. We're listening to music. We're making music. It's in the title. I think filter movement on like the higher part, maybe like a low pass filter with a kind of high resonance that closes in on it at the end of, you know, it plays for 4 bars, and then there's the transposed down version. At the end of the 4 bars of the high version, the low pass filter kicks it down into the low version. So there's the filter movement can call and response with the spectral movement of it being transposed down. It has to be your own music. We're doing feedback. Yes. If you want feedback, then join the Discord and drop it in the feedback in whips. Okay, there's very cool counterpoint stuff going on that I just noticed. That I want to be more prominent in the mix and louder. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just comes in at the very end with a delay. You're doing some carpless strong thingy. I don't know. I want more of that earlier, but also it's really cool in how it gets introduced at this point. So I don't know, or maybe have. Let me go. It is there the whole time. No, it's cool. What you're doing is cool. It's just subtle. It's just very subtle, and I just realized what you were doing pretty late. I don't know. Take that. I don't know. Do with that information what you want. Yeah, Leaf or IEF or whatever. If you want feedback, you can join the Discord and drop it in the feedback and whips channel. We're doing feedback right now. Yeah, no AI music, please. I'll freak out. One person once submitted an AI song, but like I didn't really know what AI music sounded like. You know, I was pretty. I just took his word for it because he insisted it wasn't, but dude, it was. It totally was. It's so fucking cringy. I can't. I think the snare that comes in should be a little bit louder and maybe layered with a new thing in the section. Okay, gotcha. That's where I would start with making a variation. When it comes back in, make it heavier, and make it heavier by using largely the same elements, but make those elements heavier. I think that's where I would start, as opposed to adding a shit ton of new layers. See how you can just intensify what you currently already have, because rhythmically what you already have is super interesting. So you don't have to add new rhythms necessarily. Just, I don't know, replace all the things with heavier, cooler things in the second half. I think that would be cool. But yeah, very cool. I don't think I have really much, if any, technical feedback to give. Just the creative thing about the filtering with the rides that we're playing, I think. Okay, we got a couple more. I have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I'll be back in like 60 seconds, 2 minutes, something like that. Yeah. All right, we are back. We got another tune from Big Noise, Proud Big Noise. Take 4, version 30. Okay. Does that mean it's like the 120th take? Because it's the 4th take, but 30 times? There's clipping going on, I would just tone back whatever is doing the clipping in this section. I'm sure it's going to clip a bunch later, but in this intro, I don't know. It's happening just like a very slight amount that feels kind of unintentional that I'm not a fan of. If you didn't know, I don't like clipping. It's a personal thing. Some people like clipping, so, ignore me if you really like the sound. But in particular in this section, I don't know, I would just dial back whatever distortion you have going, or maybe it's just going into your master out and it's clipping. I have no idea. Hi-hat is a little too loud again. It's also, it feels kind of odd because it's like the most clear element being played. It's the only clear element being played, and it's like super bright. And so frankly, because everything else is like really reverbed out and like filtered out and like subby and low frequency, I would put a filter on that hi-hat and make that hi-hat also kind of muffled to properly match everything else. And then you can increase the filter over time and open it up into your drop. But when you first introduce it, I feel it should be filtered completely, or like, have a filter set to like with a 1 kilohertz cutoff or something, and then increase it over time. It's also like playing these like kind of swung staggered notes, but there's nothing else playing around it. So when you're playing these like swung notes by themselves, it just feels kind of random and not necessarily a great way. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll justify itself as I listen, because I'm pausing the song constantly and shitting on it. So your snare is very quiet relative to everything else, and feels like it's lacking like a fundamental or like a lower beefy tone, Yeah, snare needs to be a lot louder, especially when they play with the kick. Then the kick kind of completely covers it up. It's kind of tricky doing dubstep where you have the kick and the snare play at the same time. So I do get that. Yeah. Yeah, so everything's clipping like a bunch in a way that doesn't sound great. So I'll dial back all your distortion. Your snare, you need to use a different snare sample, frankly. Like, some snares just you can't fix them. And either you could keep that snare and add multiple other layers of other snares with it, but I feel like you're gonna want something big and splashy. You're gonna want something to like really just, what song am I, like, okay, this song here, just as a demo, this song that I'm working on right now sounds like this. Why don't you play? I guess I was gonna say there's a bunch of layers, but I'm not. I'm literally just using one good snare. But you can hear in this snare layer, hold on, my fucking, I don't know what I'm doing right now. How to switch, there we go. Yes. No? This one. I'm stupid. Okay. There's a shit ton of noise in it, and there's multiple layers, and you can hear, like, in that point, there's a bunch of, like, Foley that sprays out. I feel like this kind of dubstep song that you're working on would benefit a lot from, like, taking Foley samples and, just any miscellaneous sample, really, and, like, spraying them out, warping them, glitching them, and have them using an envelope to make them start from like large volume to small, it's like add an envelope to it to make your snare feel like it's causing an effect of like a cascading thing, So if you don't have a thing that can do that, you can take, I don't know, like let's say you have, I don't know, let's grab, these snares all suck. like, let's say you have this guy and you want to add a layer to the snare. You can use the same snare sample. I mean, it's not going to sound great because I'm just winging it right now, but you can like warp it and then have this guy be set to like texture, right? And then you can like consolidate this guy right here, then you can warp it again, right? And now the snare is like carrying something onwards, and then you can like do stuff like that and add multiple layers like that to the snare. So like, I think the snare just needs a bunch of layers, and I think like a fully splash or spray thing would be good. You could use splice and just like find a better snare sample. If you want to get good, layer snares and figure out how to make it yourself. I would advise that. So just like fuck around and try layering multiple snares. Usually I'll layer like 5 or 6 or 7 snares together, and then it's like, you know, use envelopes and stuff. So mostly just like too much clipping and use a better snare, frankly. Yeah, honestly, I don't really have much feedback to give because it's so squashed. You need to dial back all the distortion just a shit ton, because frankly, when it's squashed into a brick like this, like the only it covers up all possible mistakes and replaces them all with just I'm squashed. So like that's all I can really say about it. Yeah, I don't know. Just clip stuff less. I can't speak, and squash it less probably. Is that's the first move. And then when you do that, then other things will become more obvious. I mean, it's just take it as a hint, yeah, the waveform. Yeah. I don't know. I think often people will just like squash the shit out of the song to try to cover up mistakes, but I don't know, it just makes the whole thing not really listenable in of itself. So embrace dynamics, embrace not, I don't know, just don't squash the thing unless it sounds good. And it's going to take a really long time before you can produce well enough to be able to squash a thing really, really fucking loudly and make it still sound good. You know? So like embrace not being able to make things loud. The squashing is trying to get the bass to fit. Gotcha. I mean, you should just be squashing the bass alone and then change the levels of the bass relative to everything else. You know? Because it sounds like you're making the bass work by squashing the entire master along with it, and then, you know, the vocals end up clipping to shit, there's noise everywhere, the snare is super heavily sidechained, but it's like kind of quieter than everything else and is lacking high end. I mean, you know, even if you put this track in the bin, like, it's still a learning experience. Like, I have so many fucking songs I'm never ever gonna finish, you know? Multi-band compression, I mean, like, maybe OTT and stuff would benefit on this bass if you're trying to, like, squash the bass and get it to a good sound without destroying your master, but... I love the sample. I love the sample you're using. If you want more creative feedback, because I've just been shitting on the master and the mix the whole time, I personally find this style of dubstep really boring, where it's just like one long bass note for a bar and then another long bass note at a slightly different note and then another one, and then there's frankly nothing else really happening except for those notes. Like, I think pausing, you know, like maybe adding rhythm with the bass because it's dubstep, so you gotta like, you've kind of sacrificed all melody or like all harmony for having a big bass sound. So if you want to do more with it or make that one bass sound interesting, you can make it into a rhythm and have it pulse more instead of like, I don't know, hit quarter notes or eighth notes or be swung or something. I don't know. I just dislike this personal style or like subgenre of like dubstep. But again, you know, that's all personal and whatnot. Yeah, same build-up feedback as previous, though the hat is like more rhythmic and consistent. I love the background sample a lot. I do, and I love how the strings and everything is working together and how it works to create a build-up. Like this energy and what you're doing in this build-up and breakdown and stuff, I think could serve a song really, really well. It's just not quite paying off right now. Well, it's still a one long bass note, but it's just going whoa 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 instead of like whoa oh whoa whoa. You know, you gotta add like pauses and stuff. You know, shit for people to like nod their head to. I don't know. I listen to different genres of music. If you like this style, then just fucking ignore me. You know, it's all subjective at the end of the day. At least, like, I don't know, there's no pauses or something. Like, maybe there could be a pause in terms of, like, the sub bass and then fills. You could add fills. I don't know, I'm trying to think of, like, what else could work. Either, like, drum fills or using sound design as fills. Stuff like that. Gotcha, yeah, I got, like, 8 years on you, so it makes sense. Yeah, and the low mids are like super blown out at this point. You can see on the spectrogram like 130 hertz. It's like your second harmonic or your third harmonic of your sub bass is just like way too loud. So just be mindful of that. Turn that down. I want to say it sounds better in this section. Yeah, it definitely sounds better in this section. What you're doing with, I guess you have like more low mids, and whereas this section is mostly just like, it's just super squashed highs and I mean, they still have low mids, obviously, but I don't know, you're doing something. Yeah, this section just like also is, yeah, too many lows. Basically, squash your master less for sure. Start there. And then fix, when your master's less squashed, then try to fix the balance of things. And then you can try to squash it a little bit more, and then you'll notice there's issues, and then fix those, and then you can try squashing it more. So it's just a push and pull of like hitting your limiter a little bit more aggressively, and then that'll point out flaws in your mix, and you fix those, and you hit it a little bit more aggressively, and then you fix those, where it feels like you just like fucking slammed your limiter, and you're just like, all right, I'm done. Anyways. Yeah, cool song. I really like the sampling and the build up and the breakdowns and stuff. I grew out of this genre of dubstep, so like I've been shitting on it relentlessly, but I used to love it. So, you know, it's all subjective at the end of the day. So that's why I didn't like super fawn over it. But you're doing cool stuff, and I know that if I had listened to this like 8 years ago, I probably would have really liked it. Yeah, Zed's Dead vibe. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, I'm just an old man at this point. So, these kids and their bro step and their tear out dubstep, shake my head. But yeah, cool song, cool stuff. Especially if you said you're just starting out making dubstep. It's way better than what I was making when I first started out making dubstep. Okay, I'm Feeling Dreamy. Has been waiting a hot minute. Inspired by Demo Tapes. That's an artist, I presume. Still unfinished, but wanted some feedback. Splice vocals may be temporary, don't know. The vocals are super spectrally fucked and kind of phasey, which makes me think they're like AI stem split Or even, I mean, I don't really know what AI sounds like. Maybe they're AI generated. I don't know. I try not to listen to it, so I'm not sure. But they sound really fucking weird. Which, like, I mean, I'm not even like giving you shit if you did use AI or whatever in some form for the vocals, but they don't sound good. How would you fix that? I mean, maybe boosting the high end on them. Yeah, maybe you got scammed off of Splice. I don't know. I think these. What's going on? Kick drum? I mean, a spectrogram. I'm not really feeling this. I'm thinking maybe make your kick drum release a little bit shorter. So cut the kick drum a tiny bit shorter, and then adding a sub bass that plays like a dedicated actual sub bass that plays at like 40 hertz on the kick drum hit, and then plays the donk, you know, because you're doing the donk thing. And so just having a dedicated sub note that hits when the kick hits, I think will make it thump a lot harder. And then it'll start doing the whatever arpeggiating thing. So like whatever the donk is, it'll probably play an octave lower. I think that's what this song is missing right now. I mean, so G, yeah. Like at least like these higher notes, like when you're playing like A, whatever's at 107 hertz or whatever, like you can do some like bounce back and forth. I think probably make it sound a bit better. The vocals are, I can hear cuts in the audio when you're cutting them. Like it sounds like clicks, so I would use fades on them, frankly. Just like watch your fades and stuff, make sure there's no clicks. Do I use dries or wets? I don't know what that means. Like sends, probably? I use sends, yes. Also, the chords, they're playing super continuously the whole time, and then there's certain points where they just like cut to complete silence for a fraction of a second, which is weird. Like dun dun dun, like it pauses in a weird way where it doesn't do that at any other point. You know, like right there, it's just strange. The hi-hat feels, it sounds like you have like, you warped the hi-hat and put it on like complex mode or something, some weird warp algorithm where it like fucks with the high end. It just like spectrally sounds smeared in a weird way. I'm knocking everything over. I don't know. Look into whatever processing you have on the hi-hat, because it's just not really coming through clearly at all. It's just like super smeared sound. Maybe it just needs more of an attack. Maybe that's what is missing, like a transient. Yeah, maybe I personally would try using maybe a different kick sample. I mean, you could probably get away with just doing the thing I said and shortening it. The song itself is good. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's a fun vibe. I can imagine the youth tearing it up on the dance floor, smiling and jumping up and down and having a grand old time. I have no critiques of the song idea whatsoever. It's a good idea. You can finish that song; it'll be good. It's a good song. Yeah, honestly, the vocals sounded fine except in the very beginning. Yeah, like when she breathes right there, it's just like there's no high end Maybe you're filtering it and you're opening a filter. I don't know. You could also just like mask that by whatever's going on there with like some reverb and stuff like that. Just put some effects on it. Reverb would probably work well with the vocals. But yeah, cool idea. And thank you for submitting an MP3. I'm also sending SoundCloud links. All right, we got a new one. A bunch of new people popping in the chat. Twitch is popping tonight. It's fun. All right, we got Sweet Lies, Sweet Lines. The song is released, so hopefully I don't tear into it too hard and hurt their feelings. I'm gonna go back for a second. I wasn't so. Okay, the vocals are super masked and hard to hear. So maybe turning them up and like turning down the pad like a tiny bit. And there's just like kind of a buildup of frequencies in this region. You can see it here. Yeah, I'll just try to be mindful of that. There's I would say, well, a few things. I would use a different kick drum. You can see that this kick drum is like swooping down, because kick drums are basically like sine sweeps, right? They're like starting from really high and then they go really low. That one's taking a really long time to finish its thing, to do its whole thing, which means it's going to take up way more space in the mix. Like the amount of time of your song that is that kick drum playing is way higher, which means it's going to fuck with other elements in the song way more. So I would use a different kick drum, frankly. It's going to cause you so many issues mixing down and trying to like make that work. I think I already said there's too much reverb. Yeah, using a different kick drum, I don't know, just fix everything you want. Everything's super filtered. Seems like that's some aesthetic you're going for. I don't like it personally. I would filter it less, at least. It's like really extreme what you're doing. Like I thought this is like, I didn't realize that we entered a drop because of how heavy the filtering is. Like I understand still wanting some filtering, but like I would raise it instead of the filter being at. I don't know, maybe raise it to like it seems like your cutoff is at like 7 kilohertz or 6 kilohertz. I'd raise it to like 9 or 10 or something. And then the clap is kind of weak, but honestly it would sound better if it was just with a better kick and then you compress the kick and the clap together. So, you know, everything that's wrong with the mix is related with everything else that's wrong in the mix. So if you fix the kick, it's probably going to fix a bunch of other things, and then make other things sound bad. This is the whole thing. Is it slowing down, or am I tripping? What the fuck? Yeah, like, I don't know, it's just too filtered. Like, at that point, you're like, guess what? We're gonna do a little riser by filtering out the song. And I'm like, it's already filtered. Where are we going? And then just like opens back up and it's still really quiet. Like, it would be cool, maybe, it actually opens up all the way and then suddenly you get full frequency spectrum. That would be crazy. That would be like the fucking the Logan Paul, Jake Paul video where they put on the fucking glasses and then they could see color for the first time when they definitely could have already seen color before. It'd be like, I don't know, suddenly increasing the fucking perception of everything. I don't know, that could be cool. So like this whole thing works as like a fake out drop and then it works into a, oh shit, here's the actual full frequency spectrum. I don't know, something like that could work. That could be creative. And the chord, yeah, the chords, the delays, and the reverb are all just like, there's just too much going on. You can't hear the vocals at all. I get that it's an aesthetic, and it's kind of vibey, and that it sounds like you're hearing club music from like another room in the club, but you could dial that aesthetic back a good amount while still retaining it and still having the song sound good. And like still have that aesthetic. Like, you don't have to completely remove the filter. You don't have to completely remove the reverb and all the delays and stuff. But you can dial it back a good amount and it'll still sound, better. I mean, there's cool stuff going on. I like melodically. I like the songwriting for sure. It's just all mixing. Yeah, just too much reverb and stuff. You just can't hear anything. We're getting like a build up of too many frequencies. It just like too much mids, low mids, and like some of the highs, honestly. Yeah, NFT scam. Amazing username, by the way. I don't know why that was the Jake Paul thing. That's just what came to. You have a lot of really cool shit going on. You have good ideas here. It is a good song. It's just you can't hear it. There's just too much reverb and delay, and everything's filtered. So I think just fixing those elements alone will end up revealing way more about the mix that you can then approach. But I don't really have much else feedback I think I can give, just because those are like the most dominant and obvious things. That and maybe changing up your kick drum could be a good idea. Yeah, but thanks for submitting the thing. Let's move on, because we got things to move on to. We got duly noted. You always got me. Just peep.
I know you're scared. You wanna hide away sometimes. I know you're scared.
It clips in the beginning when she says scared. There's clipping right there.
Hide away sometimes. I know you heard from everyone to.
There's clicks too, I think.
I know you heard.
Yeah, right when she said hurt, there's a click. So like maybe you're cutting up audio or something. You're cutting up the words, and then you left in a click.
From everyone telling you lies. I bet. Just wanna
There's another click right there.
your mind. So just lay down beside me. Give me all your issues. I'll take them and I'll make them mine.
Is RX11, is that the D-click thing? Because I was just talking with Exon about how to make that. Audio repair. D-click. Now I'm curious, because I got to remember what this thing is. Yeah, Isotope RX11 has powerful D-click and mouth D-click modules. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look into that, and I'm gonna try to put it into new minimeters. Minimeters 2.0. I was gonna say 0.2, but that would be bad.
Don't get caught up in your feelings, just feel them. It's okay if you wanna cry. Don't get caught up in your feelings, just feel them. It's okay if you wanna.
Let me put on headphones. Weird stereo stuff going on the vocal.
Up in your feelings, just feel them. It's okay if you wanna.
I guess that's kind of cool. It's kind of glitchy and weird. Yeah, fuck it. It sounds intentional.
Cry.
Maybe at this point, like after the first 8 bars, I would add some sort of hi-hat or like shuffly something, some other percussion. It could be really quiet. You can have it super, because I'm sure you're going to do it in 8 more bars, but I think you can add 1 extra layer in between. Just a thought. No, you never even did it. You let me down. What the heck, man? There's another click there. I guess I shouldn't be pointing out clicks if you're just gonna put the magic sauce on it later. I'm curious, how are you doing the vocal effect there? I never work with vocals. I'm just, what is that? I guess it's like something with format shifting. It's not just transposing, right? There's no way. Okay, never mind. I just never work with vocals. I just don't know what it fucking sounds like. I think, okay, here's the thing. You have this bass pattern, the bum 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 kind of thing, but also the kick pattern is like sometimes doubling up right before like a end of a phrase. And there just ends up being way too much shit going on in the sub bass region. So I would just like try to be really mindful and maybe delete a couple of the bum 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 little things, like maybe when they're like bounced right next to the kick drums, just because it's pretty tricky. You can't have your sub bass area be like too busy, otherwise it just turns into noise. So I'm hearing a little bit of that. Yeah, especially when the kick doubles up, and then just also in general, I don't know, you could probably be really meticulous and like subtractive in terms of which ones to remove and which ones to keep and stuff. Like, yeah, it sounds fine when you have this like continuous melody here, so I don't know, do with that one. The new clap layer. Yeah, it's too loud. It feels like it's like sitting on top of the mix in a weird way. I would turn that down a good bit because it's already working with some other stuff. He's getting ads. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. People don't normally watch me on Twitch. I don't deal with ads bothering people. Well, I guess I should just keep giving them feedback. I don't fucking know. What do I do when the one person I'm talking to in that moment is hit with an ad? That's fucking annoying. Yeah, I think that clap edition layer just doesn't really sound that good. So either turn it way down to make it work, or just remove it. I think the vocals are too wide. I get that you're doing that intentionally. At least in that instance, I don't think it sounds that good. I think the vocals should just be more centered. Also, I think maybe there's like a little bit too much low mids. Maybe. Yeah, I just continue giving feedback. So you might have to like rewind a couple minutes to see what else I talked about. Basically remove the clap that you add over here. That's pretty much it. And then there's vocals that are weird over here.
All of your bad dreams. You don't get caught up in your feelings. Just feel it's okay if you wanna cry.
Yeah, I don't know, I assume you don't, but I would use a multiband transient shaper. I like putting stab on things. It's called ST4B. So like this thing here, right? Whatever this is, put stab on it, and then just crank everything, and then it's like, versus, like that would solve that issue perfectly and make that fit in the mix really well, I think. Maybe turn it down a little bit along with something like that. Yeah, just like it just doesn't really work here. It needs to be snappier and like more. Maybe there's like some alignment that you have to do. Maybe it's occurring a little bit before the kick or something. I don't know, but it just doesn't.
You got me. You always got me.
And then yeah, there's too much low mids in this section over here. I think just the dun 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 bass thing has too much low mids, and then that's easily interfering with other shit. Yeah, and there's like a synth thing that you add that you can turn down. That guy right there you can turn down. Yeah, cool song though. It's poppy, it's danceable, it's fun, and it's high quality fucking EDM stuff. What genres do I make? Weird psychedelic, squelchy, glitch hop and down tempo, tipper-esque stuff. This song here is a little different than what I normally make. And I made this yesterday. It sounds like Supertask. It's weird. It's 50 BPM weird fucking down tempo angry trap something. one's actually not microtonal, I know, disappointing. But I'm tired of working on it, so I'll switch to one that is. Honestly, I kind of want to make a song from scratch, so I might just do that, because I've been getting feedback all day. But if you want feedback, it seems like Pcash, yeah, Discord. Drop in the Discord, drop a thing in the feedback and whips, and then I will give feedback. Yeah, that song, I don't know. The mix is a clusterfuck, but I kind of made it that way on purpose, so I guess I'll just deal with it. Yeah. Okay. So we got new metering. All right, I also have to adjust how everything works, but I think we can set this thing. Except this already loaded, so now we can just go back to working on this, which is neat. All right, let's figure out the stream stuff. I don't want this. I want this to be back to normal. Wait, someone else wants feedback probably, right? Seems like they're gonna drop a thing in a minute. Maybe, no. All right. I know how to stream. I am a good streamer. I know everything. Okay, that goes there. My face goes up there. Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you, NFT. I put so much fucking time and work into that. Okay, speaking of microtones, we're making a song. What tuning should we make it in? Someone give me a number between 7 and 40. And I'll make we'll do something with it. Let's make a drum loop. That's a decent one. Let's shorten it though. And we'll do something like that, and then something like that, and then something like that, and then you do that, and then you probably will go there. It's just a very boring kick pattern. Maybe we'll remove that one and we'll duplicate this, and we'll put you right there. And then it'll do a little boom, you know? And so we make both of these guys much quieter, and then we make that guy a little bit louder, and then it'll do a full loop. Beautiful. And then we get a snare. Just use that one. And then we probably want to have a little snare fill pattern. Amazing. Discord. No, there's no... I don't know how to do that. I'm a bad streamer. There is a Discord button in the description. You can click that. Should be in the links of the live stream. And do I gotta like figure out a nightbot? I don't think so. Normally, I mean, I guess I should. Here, let's get a better... Sent it. All right. Goodbye, making drums. Goodbye. We got this from Nuyo. Unnamed. With a 4 in it. The ARPing, okay, I'm gonna have to revisit this section, but the saw wave ARP is too quiet over here for sure. You can hardly. And then everything's just like way too squashed. There's just too much OTT and distortion on everything. So there's just this giant wall of noise that's kind of covering up all the other stuff that I want to listen to. Needs a better pre-drop thing. I know you know that. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I mean, this isn't my genre, but the giant like wall of noise with the phaser on it and the hyperdimension or whatever that you have going on, I would just like try to cut all of that and make it a lot more minimal in terms of what's going on. And then like you would just, it sounds like you would just have the ARP going and then the kick and the snare, which like, yes, that's very empty, but then you could start adding more things along with it that I think would make it more interesting in like a songwriting compositional way, as opposed to filling in the frequency spectrum with noise so that the song feels bigger. Like you would have more space for like chords or counter melodies or something. I think the glitching kicks are kind of cool, but I feel like if you want to have glitched kicks and stuff in there, you should probably add more kicks throughout the drums in general. Because right now they're just doing this 4 on the floor thing, which makes the glitch kicks not work as well. But like I feel like if you had, I don't know, a more trappy pattern, the boom, the boom, boom kind of thing, and then so it'd be boom, the boom, 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 some shit like that, then the glitching drums would feel a little bit cooler. Just an idea. But that also kind of goes against what the genre you're making. So I don't know, do with that what. Yeah, and then there's like a bunch of what sounds like people shouting in the background or something. I can hardly hear them at all just because everything's like super, super noisy. So it's kind of hard to make out. It's hard to critique this just because it's so squashed and there's like a giant wall of noise. That's kind of blocking me from hearing the rest of the idea. That's cool. I like what you're doing there. Yeah, I would just squash it like way the fuck less and just dial that way back, especially while you're writing the song, because I feel like it's removing a lot of the space that you could fill in with other stuff and then probably halting other ideas. I don't know. I'm a certified loudness war hater, personally. So you're probably new here, but I be hating on squashed masters. I've been doing that all day, so I would not do that. And then, I don't know. Just everything's distorted. Just there's like distortion on everything that doesn't need to be. Like this is like the more quiet and dynamic section, but the transients are all like clipped to shit and stuff, and I think it doesn't need that. And then in this section, and you can see on the, oh, the metering's gone now. God damn it, I'm bad. The high end, basically this is like a multi-band RMS following thing. Your highs are basically as loud as your mids, which is like basically as loud as your lows. So like the whole frequency spectrum is basically even in loudness, and you don't want that. You want the highs to be substantially quieter than the mids, which is quieter than the lows, you know, because it's like scooped because of, you know, psychoacoustics and hearing and stuff. So I guess just keep that in mind for this section. Is pretty apparent. And then squash everything less. I know, that's really all I have to give you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know some people love distortion. They're wrong, unfortunately, but I get it. But regardless, even if you like distortion, is very, I can firmly say it's overdone in this instance. I think you should distort things late. If you're gonna clip the shit out of your master, do it once the mix is good. Don't do it before the mix is good, because then you can't fix anything, because then you don't know what's fixable and what's not. Right? That's yeah. That's like the main trap I feel like people fall into when they like distorting things really, really loudly, but they go way too crazy with it way too fast. Make rap music. I mean, I won't be able to give any feedback on lyrics or, I don't know, most things rap-wise. If you're a producer, then yeah, this is like a more of a production thing. So if you want feedback on the production, then sure, but like sometimes people like ask for feedback on a song, and I'm just like talking about the hi-hats, and they're like, yeah, I don't know, I bought the beat, I just rapped over it. I'm like, well, I don't know, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Right, so we got something like that going. Let's fuck with the snare a little bit. Well, that's crazy. Just sounds fucking nuts. And then what if we do one of these with a delay? It sounds fucking stupid. I love it. Let's go, I don't know, another. Okay, amazing. And then let's go addictive drums, and then find something decent. How often do you compose something with strong hardness in terms of microtonal stuff? I mean, I've done that a few times in 22 tone equal temperament, which, I mean, we could do that now if you want. But the whole, I mean, it works. It's just typically when people compose something on like a very hard scale, they're usually going to want to compensate for that by like playing in like non-diet or like notes outside of that scale, just because all of the notes end up sounding like augmentations or versions of other notes, if that makes sense. So if we do, I guess we can do 22 tone equal temperament. Where are my tunings? Down here, 22 Edo, right? So if we're in 22, 22 Edo has a sharp fifth, right? And since it has a sharp fifth, its diatonic scale is going to have like a large ratio of large to small. So why can't I produce right now? What's wrong with me? I gave feedback for too long. So your diatonic scale, you know, you're gonna have a large step of size 4, and then a small step of size 1. Right? And so if you were to step through this, right, look at the E to F is like very, very small. Right? The leading tone is also very small. So that can be kind of tricky if you're like writing melodies and stuff like that. But harmony, like that's only tricky harmonically, but melodically, no. I had it backwards. It's difficult melodically, right, writing melodies, but harmonically it's still fine because everything still has like a fifth apart, right? So, I don't know, you can do some shit like that. Now, I mean, this is in like C major, which is fucking boring. So like, let's just move this somewhere else, and then let's make that. And then like that kind of works. This kick sucks. What's going on? Why? Stop fucking sucking. You're so bad. You're terrible. And then this part here, I don't know, we just move it up an octave. So like, I mean, it's not too much of an issue. The chords I feel like all sound fine. Some of the melody is when I'm like, oh yeah, this is microtonal. But the chords by themselves, I don't really notice a thing. But also I'm so used to hearing microtonal shit that I just don't. Oh my god, why are the kicks terrible? Okay, we need better drums. We need better drums. So we have whatever that is. The drums need to be good though. So we go to beats, addictive drums, explore. Yeah, sure. And then we just kind of shove random things in here. Okay, these are fucking awful. All right, I have to go over here. This one, chicken bone. It's got to be good. All right, it sucks. Motown Swing Beat 25. Let's just... Let's just do that. And then pop rock fill, whatever you are. Yeah, let's just swing this over here. Okay, that's doing something. Wait, let's make this not panned and stupid. Yes. Oh, my meters aren't set up right. I forgot. Cool. Let's just grab some like glitchy stuff that I've made. Yeah, you definitely hear the microtones at that point. Here, let's go Huawei Table. Cool. Let's go delay. Bitwig doesn't have fold? Are you serious? yeah, that's like, that's game losing. Like, I literally would not get Bitwig now unless they had that. People keep trying to convince me to get Bitwig. It's a trap. I swear it's a trap. Okay, what do we want to do to like really lean into... I get okay. Actually, I don't know. What do we want to do? We just have this fucking chord thing. Let me paste this here. Put operator on it. We can... I don't know what I want to do. Uh... Da, 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 da. Alright, now it's like... This is fucking stupid. Let's record this out. Oh yeah, we did whatever the fuck this is now. Yeah, yep. No guilt. I have rolled out the big update. I made this. I made this today. It's my own custom-made mini-meters. Or technically, maybe we shouldn't call it mini-meters if there's like a legal thing. I don't fucking know. It's called PQ meter. Insane. Okay, maybe we put you over here and do that. I kind of like what that's doing, like melodically, even though, you know, it ain't got a melody. Let's figure out what the fuck's going on. I don't know. and then auto filter that to open up over time or some shit. I don't know. Right now, it only works on Windows, and I haven't tried it out on anyone else's computer. I'm going to try to make it good and releasable on Mac or whatever, and then, I don't know, I'll put it up for like $5 or something, probably. We'll see. I don't know. I literally made it today. It's got a long ways to go. There's all sorts of bugs and stuff I still have to iron out, but, yeah. These are all terrible. Yeah, I have found, if you use Ableton, just wavefold on basic shapes sounds awesome for this kind of stuff. I don't know, when I very first started out making microtonal stuff, it's really easy if you do it using only stock Ableton stuff. So I didn't know how to use Operator or Wavetable at the time, but I started learning just because I wanted to use microtonal stuff. So I got basically, I just kept relying on a couple particular tricks from Wavetable and Operator. And that happens to be wavefolding, sounds fucking great with microtonal stuff, and some like basic FM stuff with Operator. We have to lower sub bass by an octave because we haven't got enough space. And then, I don't know. We'll do another wavetable. Right, and then we'll do stereo swap, this thing. And then spell book. Actually, let's use this one over here. On you. Thought this would sound cool. You sound terrible, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we can extend this section over here by quite a bit. We'll take this, duplicate that, remove this. Maybe we add this guy over here, but it's awkward. And then we'll like filter this into being a little bit, and then maybe we'll make this higher. Also, I forgot to make these like really small. I don't really like what I'm making right now. I mean, it's kind of a vibe, but like it's not going anywhere interesting anytime soon. Let's add some cool ear candy shit. Alien Riser, this guy. We take this guy, do this. Let's put a ring mod stack on it. Let's put Sono Hope. Put spatial stuff on this guy. Add counterpoint. So counterpoint. That's fucking weird. What if we duplicate this and we do super crazy? I don't know. is stupid. We can make a chord. Make a chord and arpeggiate it super crazy. Let's shrink this down to like a single dude. And then we got that kind of thing going. Random. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. What do we want to do? What do I even want here? We have this like weird somber melody. I guess I should be leaning in this. That's fun. Okay. Okay. Kind of cool. Do some. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, man. We got whatever the fuck this is. And it's just not going anywhere. And I get a boop sound doing some sort of melody. Maybe after like 16 bars, boop, boop, beat, boop, boop, beat, beat. Okay, okay. I hear you. I'm telepathically transporting your idea into my brain via whatever that meant. Where's this guy? What was it? Boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep. Boop, boop beep, boop. I mean, it's not quite. That's boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop. You want something like that. Yeah, alright, 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 we're doing it, we're doing it. Amazing. Amazing. Let's shove this into where's our shitty instrument rack? Any variation could work, yeah. And then, honestly, something like that, and then we do counterpoint with this. This is how we get ideas. We need somewhere to start, right? So counterpoint with this. Let's start. Fuck, I don't know my intervals in 22 Ito. What's a fifth in 22? 10 steps? No, it's 13. So if 13 steps is a fifth, then what? 7 steps is your just major third? Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know what I'm doing, man. We're doing weird shit. What's up, Billy? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I gotta figure out my Twitch stuff. I gotta figure out what's up with the fucking ads, I guess. So I mean, honestly, if people get annoyed by ads and then they want to give me money, I'm starting to understand the economy here. But then also I gotta get notifications better, because fucking every time Exon gives a sub, I'm like, I don't fucking notice it. I gotta find it myself. Yeah, that's bad. I don't know my intervals in 22. There's not really an easy way to get good at counterpoint and arbitrary Itos, I guess. Other than literally memorizing intervals for different, just memorizing step patterns and stuff. I wonder if there used to not be ads. I wonder if I did that, because at some point I hit the button where it was like, I don't know, people have watched me enough such that I am now able to get subscribers, and I said, yeah, that would be cool if people have the option to give me money. And then I think by doing that, I gave everyone ads. Whoopsies. What the fuck am I doing? How do I do this? Let's just copy this. We're just doing that. Oh wait, we have note labels. That's the point. This is C to E, so that's going to be a super major third. If we want, this is an actual major third. We have note labels, duh, that's why notation exists. So if this is whatever T is, it's like double sharp or semi-sharp F. F sesquisharp, I don't know, whatever you call it. Then what would, I guess this is a minor third? It sounds terrible. I don't fucking know, dude. Then this would be fourth. I don't know anything, man. Oh wait, Accent got you a sub? I didn't even notice that. I didn't even fucking point it out. Yeah, I gotta figure this out. I gotta talk Accent up a big game every time. I think the tech is I need to add sound alerts, and I just wanted to avoid doing that because this is a music stream, you know. But like, how often is it going to get interrupted with like just a chime saying, "Hey, you got money," you know? Let's get rid of that one. Or wait, what are you? You should be lower. Yes. Okay, I think if we do want to continue this shit, we bring all this stuff in over in this section. Do counterpoint with it's a skill issue. What I mean, it's like how am I so bad? What's difficult about this melody? I get it, we're in 22 Edo, but yeah, Twitch, YouTube sound quality is doo-doo. It is big doo-doo. Like sometimes I'll make a thing that sounds fucking awesome, and I'll listen back on the stream just to, you know, see if, I don't know, I said something cringy or something, and I'll be like, wow, you guys are listening to that the whole time? Jesus Christ. Embarrassing. Okay, what do I want to do with you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I don't know. It sounds bad, dude. I mean, okay, I don't know. This intersection's kind of cool. I mean, this was a good thing to begin with, so maybe that just has to return. Hello, rise of power. What note is this? C sharp or D flat? Oh, we are playing that note already, are we? Dude, microtones are fucking hard, man. I mean, we could do some stupid shit like that. I'm also giving feedback. Yeah, you could drop a tune in the Discord, and I will peep it. I will. Wait. Someone named Cash dropped a thing in the Discord, and I totally... Oh yeah, he was in the chat earlier. He was asking about rapping. I didn't even know he did that. Well, if he's still in the chat, I can still listen to the thing. I was unaware. I was unaware he dropped that in the thing. I don't know what to do with that, man. It's something. I don't know. It has a sound. It's not terrible. It can be better. So we're gonna save it. What is the month? It is the 7th, 27, 29, and we call this one minimeters 2 electric boogaloo, because we defeated minimeters today. And this is at 86 BPM. Yeah, kind of doo-doo. I should have just like leaned into hyper. Well, no, I wanted to do something microtonal to begin with, so I started off with this stuff. I probably should have started off with a more interesting patch, I think. I think that probably would have been the move. Oh yeah, the Discord, you got to click a link in the description because I'm a bad streamer. I don't have that set up yet. Just type in an exclamation point Yeah. More hyperfield. We could do hyperfield. Let's do hyperfield. Honestly, let's see what hyperfield looks like in the fucking in the thing. You know the thing? The thing that is the title of the stream? I made a whole thing for us to look at. How cool. Yeah. I guess. Okay, hold on. I'm a streamer. Have to entertain. Never mind. Every single time I switch, we get ready to do something, then it loads. Amazing. Okay, so we can put hyperfield on you, and I don't know. Let's fuck the stuff. What are the new things that they added in hyperfield? No. I feel like the spectrum is too. I want to see individual partials. Do we have that for this spectrum? No, window, I don't think will affect that. Line width, maybe? Oh, that does that. That's cute. Anyways, whatever. Well, whatever. Okay. Do we want to make thick base? We do not, because Rise has sent the thing. Black pill. All right.
Open up your mind, you can bypass time. Ain't nobody gonna understand you.
There's clipping on the vocals right here.
Ain't nobody gonna understand you. Bypass time. Ain't nobody gonna understand.
I think so. Or maybe it's intentional distortion. I don't know.
Ain't nobody gonna understand you now.
Also, maybe dial back the auto-tune like a little. It's an aesthetic thing, I guess.
Take the black pill, ask the devil what happens when you lie. Does a priest believe in the Bible's eye for an eye?
Is this AI? Sounds kind of like AI. Now, I don't listen to that much AI music. So, like, I totally could be accusing you if you haven't. But there's, like, weird artifacts all over the place. No, maybe not. Because the distortion on the kick drum.
Does a priest believe in the Bible's eye for an eye?
Like, I don't really hear a transient with the kick drum there when the drop hits, so I feel like you're squashing your master perhaps like a little bit too much. Okay, your vocals. Yeah, I don't know, man. You never know these days. I would use less distortion on your drums with the guitar, I guess, in this section over here. Wait, let me pull this thing up over here.
What's the reason? For your tree.
Yeah, there's too much distortion, I think, on the vocals. Like, it's just like a slight amount. Like, the amount that you have on it is like such that when the distortion pokes through, it feels like it's kind of unintentional, as opposed to it being like drenched in like a guitar pedal, you know? Also, I just noticed that I fucked up my spectrum. I'm so bad. I'm so stupid. Why the fuck isn't this working? We're doing this guy. Why are you dumb? I feel like right there, you can see there's like a lot of 2.9 kilohertz when you say treason. You're the formant in your voice is super, super accentuating like most painful part of the frequency spectrum. I think that can be dialed down a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, the drums are just like too squashed. Just too much distortion on them. All the toms and the hold on. And then like that perk right there feels kind of distorted in a weird way. The one that's panned to the right there, it just feels, it's just too much distortion overall, I think, especially for this kind of genre. I don't know. I'm a clipping and distortion hater. I'm a loudness war hater, certified. So keep that in mind. It's all subjective.
You wear your crown. Aberration, affirmation, nothing left unseen. Voices changing, what's the word on the street? Oh, what's the read?
A little bit too much low mids, I think, on the guitar. I mean, I know it's like the bass guitar is literally just sitting at like 100 to 140 hertz the whole time, which is really tricky and difficult to manage. But there's certain points where it dips up when it's going up in the melody, and it feels a little bit too resonant in that range. Right there, right before it's scooped up, it like intensified a little bit and like built up too much, and it doesn't sound that great on my monitors. And there's too much low mids right around here. It just a lot of resonances and stuff. So I imagine it's like the vocals along with the guitar. I don't know, you just got to do some EQ, scooping and stuff, leveling, make space for everything. And yeah, a little bit too much. Yeah, like on the drum fill. Like on each transient, I could hear like a full frequency spectrum broadband like click at the very beginning. I think that's the result of all the distortion on it, like really aggressively chopping the transient on that tom fill, and I don't know, I don't like it. I'm just gonna keep complaining about distortion because that's just what I do. But I mean, creatively, it's a cool fucking song. It sounds great. Cool vocals. It's got a good chorus and whatnot. Wasn't really listening to the lyrical meaning whatsoever, but taking a black pill. It's a cool premise.
Take the black pill. Take the black pill.
Nice synthesizer at the end. Nice. Yeah, biggest thing with the mix is like dialed distortion back on everything, and also the bass guitar, especially like in every like 4-bar loop or whatever, right before it scoops back up in the melody, like on bar, you know, 0.3 or whatever the fuck, it gets too resonant. So like turn the whole thing down and then like compress it a little bit and make sure that it stays down and doesn't fluctuate too much in terms of dynamics. Maybe multiband EQ or multiband compression or something. And it's like make sure those low mids are contained because they pulsate a lot. They take up a shit ton of space, and then when you know you have like vocals and everything else going along with it, it overloads. And besides that, I mean, I think besides that, it was just me complaining about clipping on everything. So, that's also like an aesthetic thing because like it seems like you're going for like this kind of metal meets like I don't know surfer rock kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm out of my element with the genre and the styles of mixing and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Cool song. That's my advice. I think like I know some people like distortion and stuff, so like maybe ignore all of that if you want. I wouldn't, but definitely just work on the low mids for sure. Next song, start from scratch. You're gonna hit it here and hit me back for more. Nice, cool. Glad to hear it. Okay, all right. We're doing some additive synthesis. What are we gonna do with this? I guess I gotta put some thought into what I want. We can. I mean, if we mess with. I've been playing around with this inertia module where every time you delete a partial out of existence, it will... Oh, you're so right, Fortune, you're so right. I'm so silly. Yes. So like whenever the partial deletes, it drifts off, which is kind of cool. You can take an MSEG, you can apply it to the drift amount, and it will do something like that. Another thing you could do to delete the partials, we can grab a gate and put the gate in between, and then just fun, I guess. And then what can we do with this? I mean, now we can apply this to anything, right? Let's put a soothe on this just because it's like really bright. Right, and then flatline. Oh. Oh. Bro, he's spitting. he's got things to say, man. And then let's try a pluck. Bro, why aren't you speaking? I feel like you should be way louder than that, man. Okay, what do we... Alright, let's switch to a preset and then let's fuck with it. So I remember having decent luck doing something like, let's take a partial ops, which is like a single sine wave. And then what is the thing that I want to do? FM. We can FM the entire frequency spectrum with... I was low-key thinking of like what would be feasible or reasonable to somehow get more tricked out crazy colors happening all over Ableton. Like how cool would it be if during my stream, I don't know, we got like fucking pulsing FFT neon lights and shit everywhere. I don't know. But like, it would just have to work as like an overlay, and it would probably just be obnoxious, but it would be fun. But the stream does look pretty cool, I will say. I do think this looks way more lit than previous. Let's try, I don't know, I made a music box preset. Let's try FMing that. I don't really know. I think I'm just like burnt out at this point. I mean, I've been streaming for 3 hours. It's almost 2 in the fucking morning. Whoa, what happened? I gave feedback. That's what happened. When you give feedback, time fucking vanishes, dude. Let's do partial ops. And then let's do FM. And then go here. What's up, Mr. Leaky? I am not surviving. But check it out. I made my own mini meters. Amazing. Were you here earlier? I don't know if you were here earlier. I don't think you were. But I made my own mini meters. I can add any module to it that I want. Wait, no, you made a tuna melt update? What? I must have missed it. I'm sorry. I was dealing with trap music producers and whatnot. Oh, I found it. You had a great tuna melt today, but you had to go back. You have to go back to Mr. Gordon's house. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you had a good. I want a tuna melt. What the fuck? Wait, I have bread, and I have tuna, and I have cheese. I can make a tuna melt. I have the ability to do that. That's so cool. This is a crazy sound. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's in it and let's show off the new comb. New comb is crazy. New comb is really good. Yes, okay. Comb. So comb, it's like a, it's a comb filter, but additive, right? So we're manually, doing things to the frequency spectrum. I'm surprised it's so, am I applying any width? Is this wide? Why is it so, oh, the reverb. There we go. Yes. So now you can see the stereo meter. Things like that. What are my thoughts on tuna salad versus normal tuna? Tuna salad's really good. It's kind of crazy that they straight up just put fish in salad and then it works. The fuck? Normal tuna is also good. I don't know. I approve of both. You need to have normal tuna in order to have tuna salad. So, I mean, that's +1 to tuna. But tuna salad has more things than just tuna, so that's +1 to tuna salad. So like they're kind of matched right now. No, pickles are disgusting. Pickles are fucking nasty. I would never. I would never. Look at that fucking stereo meter. That's crazy, dude. on. We need. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. Wait. What the fuck? Found a bug? I have no idea. So that's the comb. That's the comb effect. It's what you can do with the additive comb filter. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Does inertia work with this? I don't think it is doing... Maybe we could do something crazy if we put sonotope on it. I think I'm calling it that. I think I'm happy with that name. I'm sorry, Fortune. I'm sorry. We'll use panpsyche for something else. Let's switch to, I don't know. It doesn't. Oh, I see. It's because we're clipping. Yeah, it's not really working on that one. Maybe it's just not the right effect to use this on, honestly. Alright, so inertia, you're not going to work well on that. Yeah, I think the universe is collapsing when I try to do that right now. At least for these sounds. Maybe because these are like very like rhythmic and shit. Dude, I fucking love the stereo visualizer. The stereo thing up here is so good. What are we doing? what are we doing? I'm trying. Let's make Thick Boy. Isn't there? Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty tired, folks. It's like 2 in the morning. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Ooh. Whoa. Okay, you were right, Fortune. I should probably be recording some of these. I don't want to. I don't want to, though. Ooh. Ooh. Yo. Wait, hold on. Let's. Yeah, voice frames is on. I think we need to set you to be set to tempo sync. No, I don't remember how that works. It's pretty cool. There's too much, dude. There's too much. This is too fucking cool. See, now I have to like dig through this and find the cool sounds. Ain't no fucking way, man. Ain't no way. It ain't. Oh. Amazing, dude. Okay, bud. All right. You've outstayed your welcome. What if we? Okay. Okay, these are their own sounds. These are good sounds on their own. I mean, these are just good bubbles. I don't know, just those are some bubbles. Here, I can add this to the fucking... to the Hyperfield sample pack I just put on my Patreon. That's fun, but you're not going to use that in music. Okay, then I played like a whole song here. No, I didn't. And these are like their own sounds. Yeah, it's not. Okay, okay, these are like... Am I gonna use these? Nah. Okay, okay. These are all their own sounds that I'll save. Except for you, you're garbage. Cool. Okay, okay, we made a bunch of sounds. Okay, folks, I think that's gonna be the end of the stream. It's 2 in the morning. I am sleepy. I've been streaming for, I don't know, 4 hours at this point. Sheesh. But yes, we have a new meter thing, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's pretty usable. I don't really like the Luft's meter too much. And I don't know, that's all I can think of right now. But yeah, I don't know. I'll try seeing if this works on a couple of homies' computers, and then I'll probably just put this out in the Discord or something. Minimeters 2.0. Yes, yes, more Hyperfield. All right, yeah, I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see y'all probably tomorrow.